Welcome to the Court of Fowl. My name is Richter, your court mage, always at your service. My apologies for the delay and also the being muted. It wasn't so much that I was muted, but I have this application that I need to run uh, to have all of the audio basically start. But yeah, it wasn't on, so my audio stuff are all kind of borked if I don't set it. It's no, it's actually voice meter potato. It is not Steel Series. I used to. I've tried everything. I've tried Steel Series. I've used um what's the one from Elgato Wave, I think. I've tried Elgato Wave. I've tried Steel Series. I tried I think it was Steel Series Sonar was what I used before. I tried a whole bunch of stuff, and then eventually I kind of came back to Voice Meter because Voice Meter is my old reliable. It takes a little while to learn, but once you get it, it works really well. But until you get it, it's a little cumbersome because sometimes it's like, well, I don't get it. Why did it do this? Why did it do that? Why? And then it just goes blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's a little. I sometimes have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Voice Meter as well because I use Moments for clipping. Sonar is just more convenient. I see. But yeah, I like to basically streamline as much of my stuff as possible. It also helps that the Stream Deck has an actual like dedicated plugin for Voice Meter, so I can also make use of that with a Stream Deck. And then StreamerBot kind of helps tie everything together, so that's nice and convenient. I have a bunch of stuff that runs on the back end with StreamerBot, and a bunch of stuff that I still haven't actually set up. Apparently, I found out I still don't have my lurk command set up. Neither do I have my collab command activated. But yeah, it happens. So yeah, these are things that kind of fly under the radar when you stream sometimes, or if you don't get enough prep. But it's fun. It's fun figuring out these little bits. And also, all of this that you're looking at right now, it's running under Schoost. So I can actually have a bunch of different like little toggling effects to kind of, you know, make things more interesting. If I suddenly wanted it to rain, and then we suddenly have rain. Where is that? Suddenly make it rain heavier, even though we're indoors. We want it to snow? It's suddenly snowing. Suddenly have mist rising from underneath your feet, as if some eldritch horror is about to walk into the room. Yes. I should probably stream more often, but because it's been so long, I feel anxious. I do. Cove, I'm not sure if if you are aware, but I actually took like a half year break from streaming. I think there was like April, I think was my last stream. Like April something. And then I took a couple months off. And then I came back around, I want to say September. So just a couple weeks ago. Oh no, maybe a little over a month ago. And then I jumped right into freaking Final Fantasy 16. So yeah, I have that feeling like on a regular basis, but especially if you do like take a very extended break, it sometimes feels like, oh, I gotta start over again, or is anyone even gonna remember me, or things like that. 2 years, that's fine. I feel like that a fresh start is a good thing Because can you imagine, right? There are people who are streaming and they suddenly feel like they're stuck in a rut. They're doing the same thing over and over and over and over. And it doesn't feel like they're going anywhere. And they're like, oh man, I wish I could start over. Taking a hiatus basically gives you like that free space to be like, oh, it's been 2 years. I can relaunch now. I have been gone for a while, for a long enough period of time that if I literally just introduce myself as someone new, it's probably gonna work. At the very least, there's gonna be some new people who are watching now that weren't watching before that suddenly might be, interested in the stuff that I do. Yeah, it might suck that there are some people who used to watch you are now elsewhere. But it's a huge ass world out there. It's a massive, massive world with so many people watching streams, watching streamers you've never heard of. And there is a dedicated audience for people who like to watch smaller independent streamers, whether it be IRL streamers, VTubers, or anything in between. There is an audience out there. And it's just a matter, well, I say just, but it's a massive thing, But it really is a matter of being able to be shown to people that are interested. I'm a little confused about the lore. Were you isekai to Earth or another world entirely? Oh yeah, no, isekai to Earth, absolutely. Either that, or if you want to consider a fictionalized version of Earth where other VTubers exist, gray zone. That's give or take. You can interpret that however which way you would like. But generally it is reverse isekai. Right? I do like to think that VTubers all exist like in a common fictionalized version of Earth where VTubers are like a real thing. Where they're actual like, oh yeah, VTubers. All these strange entities from God knows where, just all existing in the same space. It's kind of like how you imagine like a Marvel universe or a DC universe where you have all of these superheroes just kind of doing their own thing but in like different neighborhoods, which would make New York an absolutely like terrible place to be in just by the sheer number of superheroes based out of New York. And specifically, I'm referring to Marvel's New York. You have Spider-Man, you have Captain America, you have a whole bunch of other heroes. You have Daredevil. I think you also have, what's his name? Power Man. Every major city would be screwed. That's true. Like, I think in San Francisco, you at least have like the Teen Titans on DC's side. Like, can you imagine? It would be impossible. It would be practically impossible to get cheap insurance in any major city where there are superheroes. And everybody's going to be looking for like superhero or supervillain, coverage. Like, oh shit, my car got totaled. Okay, how'd your car get totaled? Fucking the Fantastic Four were around and they lodged a building and then the thing fell on my car. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have Fantastic Four under your coverage. If it was Spider-Man, maybe we would have had you covered. But Spider-Man is now our A-tier premium, so you didn't sign up for that. I'm so sorry. Insurance would be so bad in that world. Oh, so bad. It's just but at the same time, which is why there's actually that one show, Chicago Got Destroyed in Transformers. Yeah. So many actually that would make sense, Koro, that you have these villains that just get like victimized by like corporate capitalism. And they're like, man, fuck the companies. I'm gonna become a fucking supervillain. Like how many times a week does that happen to just your average person? There's actually this TikTok channel that I've been watching the last week or so, and they have like this series of like little shorts. But we all know that TikTok shorts are never really short. Sometimes they go on for way too long. But basically, what the guy does is that he kind of explores and rates the viability of superhero or superpower origins in the comic universes. I think he might have been specifically referring to Marvel, at least. But he goes like, in terms of viability or most accessible, like superpower origins, super suits and like super soldier serums are probably some of the most common, widely available sources. And he makes a good point. Like, can you imagine living in a Marvel universe, and all you have to do is make a wrong turn at a corner in the street, and you see some dude in a shady deal with another dude for a suitcase filled with shiny blue liquid. And the next thing you know, some supervillain comes out the next day with suit and all. Iron Man could have sold the Iron Man suit. Yeah, he could have. And it certainly hasn't stopped other supervillains from trying to make their own, super suits. That's why you have like Norman Osborn during the Dark Avengers arc. He literally made his own like Iron Man suit minus the arc reactor when he became Iron Patriot. And that was funny because like Tony Stark just kept on clowning on Norman because he's like, man, your suit sucks because it doesn't have an arc reactor. Like the one thing that makes the Iron Man armor work really well is what you're actually lacking. And it's just so funny because Iron Man is still an absolute asshole in the comics. It would be fun though, to have like to have that fictionalized world where VTubers exist. Like you can imagine all your little favorite VTubers just existing in different parts of the world. Welcome Akira. We are going to be playing Slay the Princess. We're just in the middle of a kind of talking bit because I actually really appreciate it, Gray, that you brought it up because it's such a fun topic to kind of talk about and kind of explore. A fictional world where all your VTubers exist. All of them just streaming from their own little pocket of, the world. Sounds like a cursed anime. It would probably be cursed, but it would also just be like absolutely funny. You have, like just think of like your top 5 favorite VTubers and imagine them coexisting in the same, like world, especially if they're all different. Hell, even the same if you look at Hololive and Niji Sanji, or you have, what do you call that? Something Connect? Or I forget. Prism? I forget the other indies. Idol EN. Brave. That world might also be screwed. There are a large amount of supernatural and deity VTubers. That's actually a super fun concept. In my mind, in my headcanon, for the VTuber world, right? Is that a lot of like divine and supernatural VTubers actually have their powers like severely nerfed because they originate from someplace else. That it's actually the reason I also had that as my headcanon is because that's also something that I actually incorporate in my lore. Because the entire concept of Richter getting isekai from one world to another, and then being in a place where magic is not a natural thing, or it doesn't occur naturally, but the potential for it exists. It's kind of like the rules are there, but nobody knows what those rules are. And it then becomes like a question of how does one figure out the rules for breaking like the laws of physics or things like that, right? And I think that's at least I think that's a pretty interesting way to approach magic and other supernatural like powers. Like they can happen, it's just that nobody has figured out how to do it. If there are even like different ways of, let's say, doing magic, right? So there's a lot of different ways to achieve the same effects, but nobody just knows how yet. Which is why it becomes important when you have like people from other worlds entering, a new space. They're now trying to figure out, okay, what are the rules in this place? What are the rules in this court, in this stage that I am now in? What are the differences? Does it work slightly different than what I'm familiar with? Which is part of the whole Richter lore, where he spends a good amount of time trying to kind of correlate and understand how the rules of magic differ. So that's fun. I like that. But yeah, it is still going to be a pretty messed up world filled with nonsense. It'd be much closer to something like a Saturday morning cartoon, if anything, where you just have all sorts of nonsense just kind of happening. Or maybe something closer to like Isekai Quartet, or what do you call that? What was that other thing? I forget. What's that other show? Oh wait, yeah. Fate. What was that one? Carnival Phantasm. There we go. Fate. The whole Carnival Phantasm series, where it's just more of nonsense. So you have an entire world of supernatural beings that have been isekai'd and now need to learn how to use magic. Yeah. It's give or take, because, you got to figure out how to do what you used to do. If this world did exist, I don't think that they would be that special, because animal and morphs would be the norm. Yeah. It would be like, yeah, like the entire, like a normal, quote unquote, human world. Us viewers wouldn't just be normal humans. Yeah, that would make sense. A world where normal humans are actually the minority, but they are but a lot of them would be just like normal denizens. They might be special from the world they originate from, so all they think they are the main characters, but they aren't special in the end. That's fair. Everybody, I do think that if you are like a VTuber, that you must have at least a little bit of main character syndrome in you. Just a little bit. Doesn't have to be like a lot of it, but just enough that, you know what, maybe I am a little special. A little bit of that ego, I think. Every VTuber or streamer even would have a little bit of that ego in them to be able to kind of do what they do, right? Okay. Yeah. Oh shit, so sorry, I flashbanged everybody. My bad. Yeah, just kind of playing around with the Schust and checking out the effects. My bad. We also have like a camera switcher effect, which I want to use for karaoke streams. Getting to the logistics of this is breaking my mind, right? It's breaking my mind too, but it's an absolutely fun thought experiment. So I want to do this, by the way, for karaoke streams eventually. Yeah. You guys see? Yeah, the camera moves. Now just imagine singing a song when the camera keeps moving. And it becomes an absolute show. Yeah. Uh-huh. So yeah, that's fun. I really need to do another karaoke stream soon, and I'll try to prepare like a proper stage background or something, so we can have you know, all sorts of stuff. Would be more interesting if all VTubers were isekai'd into another world, and now they're reborn as their actual models. I would not be surprised if that already exists as some kind of like, if okay, one, I'm fairly certain there's already fan fiction of that. I'm like almost 100% sure that somebody must have written that into fan fiction. Two, I'm also thinking that may have also been like some kind of light novel already. Since all those VTubers that baby talk might just be talking normally, it's just that the world they come from, they considered baby talk normal. That's fair. That's actually fun. Just because, like, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just talking the way I normally do. If there's an anime of a freaking fridge, and there is of that, yeah. I swear, like anime and, well, specifically light novels. Japanese light novels have some of the wildest plots, especially if they're trying to put like a twist on isekai. Just because of how very prominent isekai has been for the last, I don't know, fucking 10 years? Maybe more? Good morning, Willow. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about VTubers existing in the same world. All of them getting isekai'd. And all of your favorite VTubers in the same spot, somehow coexisting. And it's pretty fun. And trying to get into the logistics of it is just insane. And imagine like certain VTubers that are like aquatic. Like, can you imagine how crowded the ocean must be for like every single aquatic VTuber? Speaking of, because I'm from the Caribbean, I'm thinking of going into VTubing. Do it. If you want to do it, go ahead. There are plenty of resources out there. I've heard some of the discussion while lurking. I'm incredibly confused. Well, yeah, TLDR is just VTubers existing in the same world. And honestly, that's a fun idea. Wait, you're from the Caribbean too? Who is from the Caribbean? The Cove? Oh, we have Cove. Oh, I see. We have some cross-chat, what's the word I'm looking for? we have Caribbean folks today. Very curious. Very interesting. Every time a new VTuber comes out, a random alternate world gets more crowded. That is true. That is true. That's going to be like just insane. But what, like the ocean? I'm thinking, honestly, I'm kind of fascinated with all the aquatic VTubers. Imagine every single mermaid, fish, shark, octopus, eldritch, tentacle creature from the ocean. All of those like water-based VTubers just all there in the ocean all at once. How different would that world be? Talking to the YouTube chat is forbidden. What do you mean? There is only a singular chat here. Look at the screen. You're all there. They would all get eaten by sharks. What if every shark just got replaced with a shark VTuber? I have to say, though, I think you are vastly underestimating the sheer size of the ocean of the Earth. That might be true. That might be true. Then maybe less so the ocean, but more maybe than the coast. I don't think any coast of the world would be free of VTubers. Like the entire coastline of the globe, all of the coastlines of the globe would probably have some VTuber within a certain distance of another. Like every country has, I would imagine almost every country that has a VTuber would have at least one aquatic, if not more. All of that ocean too. And even like the half aquatic ones. Yeah, that's fair share of VTubers that are like 30, 50 feet tall too. Oh, that's right. That's insane. I forget they're like absolutely giant VTubers. Like I remember there was a trend that went on a couple months ago where VTubers like there's like this height scale thing. It's like that prison height thing. Okay, like you know, you're holding up like a sign, and then you're on a background that goes up a couple feet, and there are like VTubers that are just like so massive and insanely large that they just break the entire scale. So if there are shark VTubers, there would be VTubers for every species of marine life known to exist. I don't know if every specific species, but I do think that there would... Cove has been able to cross over successfully. The successful crossover. Covenant has breached the barrier. I don't know if every specific species or subspecies of marine life would be covered, but I think every like major family of marine life probably, because I've seen like freaking like I've seen a tardigrade VTuber. They're actually fairly adorable. I can't remember the name now though, but I remember seeing a tardigrade one, and it was super cute. And most animals are covered, yeah. And we already have like we do have like cross species. Tardigrade. A tardigrade is it's an extremophile life form. It kind of looks like a little chubby worm, but it's like super, 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 super tiny. I forget how big, but they're like really tiny creatures. And they can actually survive the vacuum of space. What they basically do is like put themselves into like a hibernative state. And the moment they get exposed to water again, they'll be like, ah! And then go back to normal. Let's see. Tell everyone is a VTuber. Yeah. Are there any Schrodinger's Cove? Are there any web serials you've read recently? I actually have not been able to do a lot of reading lately. Mostly because work has also kind of taken up a lot of my time. Because this is, okay, so imagine this. This is what my schedule is like lately. 8 hours of day job work, right? 8 hours of work. And then I have like 4 to 5 hours of streaming, typically around 5 days a week. Same thing with work. That's like 5 days a week. So work is usually Monday to Friday. Even the roaches and insect tubers, yeah, I'm not like I appreciate them for what they are, but I still get like heebie-jeebies. I understand, Cove, getting that the creepy crawly. It's not for everyone. It's not for everyone, but it's there. But yeah, where was I? Right. So like work is like Monday to Friday. I stream like Tuesday to Saturday. So Sundays are my only like actual proper day off where I don't do anything. And that's usually when I try to take my rest. Sometimes I also do take some time on other days to do planning for streams. I have a project ongoing for a Minecraft server with a bunch of different stuff. And that takes time. So I would think that I would need to kind of take certain chances every now and again to do, what do you call that? To kind of dedicate to planning stuff. And yeah, hooray for neighbors. I don't know. I don't have a lot of knowledge of the Caribbean, but it sounds fun. It sounds fun though. And it's always fascinating to run into people who are like in similar areas. I started playing through Baldur's Gate 1 again. Ooh, Baldur's Gate 1. That's a classic. Fun to visit, not fun to live. Ah, I see. I see. I feel like a lot of places are kind of like that too. A lot of places that kind of people kind of think, oh, it's so fun. I enjoyed there like a couple days, and then you find out if you actually end up living there, there's just a lot of things that you don't experience. Try living here with our standards. I see. That's what I tell them. I see. That's honestly, yeah, I do feel like that there are a lot of struggles when you live anywhere. Like every place has their unique struggles that most people who are only visiting are never going to be able to experience. And yeah, there's a lot of like, and it's gonna be like on a spectrum of where you are, also like in the social standing, you know. Like I'm sure that if I moved to the Caribbean, I would have a vastly different experience from even all of you who have lived there for a bit, and it's just gonna be absolutely like it would take a lot of adjusting. But I would still be happy to try out all of the food because I am I am the kind of person that when I visit a new place, just like Australia, oof. I've heard what do you call that? I feel like Australia also is like a whole different can of worms on its own. There is a reputation, I suppose, and I don't know how much of that reputation rings true and how much of it is like memes. And honestly, I've never been, even though it's not that far away, but still. But yeah, it's honestly like if I go to a new place, I will always look for the places where people eat. And not like the tourist spot eating place, but show me on the corner of the street where everybody picks up their like lunch or a snack in the middle of the night. So if I ever, okay, so I'm gonna ask a question, chat, and I hope you guys can give me good suggestions. So if I ever end up traveling to where you are, I can figure something out. Give me a location, like or a general area. You don't have to be specific, but like you can go as far as like country if you like. And and what food would you think I should try first? What dish, food, or something I should definitely hit up if the moment I land there? Because I don't know where I'm gonna end up next. And I'm always down to try out different foods. Except for insects. I think I draw the line at insects. I've tried a bunch of different things. Snails, horse, things like that. But I draw the line at insects. If you're coming to where I am, pretty much any of the local food from the food trucks. Ooh, food trucks are an absolute godsend anywhere. Very glad you did realize that a lot of people don't seem to. Ah, yes, regarding the homophobia. It can happen. There are people who are just not aware, And sometimes getting to know people outside of what the label is what matters. Yeah. It's always best to kind of get to know people as individuals rather than like the labels placed upon them. That's the general rule of mine. Let's see, nothing. All our good food is stolen. What? What do you mean, Nami? Food theft will not be accepted. And also Norway and kebabs? That's a rather interesting proposition because I hadn't thought of like if you asked me out of the blue, like, yeah, you're in Norway, you should try the kebabs. It would not be the first thing in my head. Salmon and potato might be a little bit more. Salmon would be an easy answer for me to think of. only because I've never been. And it's always like there's a reputation, I think, like, oh, you must try the Norwegian salmon. The Norwegian smoked salmon is the finest that you'll ever have. And I'm like, what? So, like, growing up, I've only ever had like this idea of Norwegian salmon being this pinnacle of decadence. But yeah, usually the food trucks or the people who operate in their houses is where you'll find the best stuff. I see. I see. Then I'll duly noted. If I ever go to the general Caribbean area, then I will be on the lookout for every food truck. I suppose if you wanted to just do a British stereotype, you could go to a fish and chip shop. Oh. No, not every? Because some are garbage? Oh, okay, that's going to be tough. You're going to need to give me some guidelines on how to pick out a good food truck versus a garbage food truck. Huh. Fish and chip shop, that's interesting. Is that the, what do you call that? I mean, I know fish and chips are typically, like, associated with British cuisine. Very curious, though. The smell of the food, the cleanliness, and the location of the truck is at. Okay, for the cleanliness, in what way do you mean? Because is it like the cleaner the place, the better, or the dankier the place, the better? Because I've had an experience of both. There are some places I've been to where the food is absolutely amazing, even though the area it's at looks like I could, you know, like you could probably be a little bit more sketch. I've found that some sketch places have some of the best food. I'm kind of curious how blind of an experience I have never played Slay the Princess. I know that Nikki played it, and I tuned in for like a little bit, but I never didn't really catch anything from it. I've watched a friend play Slay the Princess. It's a beautiful fucking game. I see. Sketch places here will get you robbed or sick. Oh, I see. So we always tell people to watch out for them. Understood. Yeah. Because I think when I was in, I think it was in Hong Kong, like a couple years ago when I visited, there were some pretty sketch places that had some really awesome like street food on carts. Good shit. Like middle of the night, it's like me and my friends who had traveled to Hong Kong together. Most of us had just finished our sightseeing for the day, and me and another friend of mine were like, you know what, we're not quite tired yet, so let's go down for a bit and walk around a bit. Just, you know, I think this was like 10-11 p.m. So we went down, we went around, and like, ooh, like what's that place? And we found this like one stall with like a bunch of street food, and it's like they give like curry stuff, I think, and then they gave us like a cup. It had some food on sticks. It was like a bunch of like innards, different parts, and had a curry sauce, and it was tasty, quite nice, very fun, and it was super cheap too. Like, ooh, this was probably the best deal we've had like all day. In the UK, you were never more than 70 miles from the sea, so I guess fish is what we got. That makes sense. Let's see, but I'm not eating anything from India, God. No, I want to try. I am someone who's always curious about most food. You know? You sound like you've traveled all over the world. I have been to a handful of places, but I do want to visit more. I've been to Denmark. I've been to the U.S., mainland U.S. I've been to Hong Kong. I've been to Japan. I think that's it. I've been in different places in the Philippines, and I think that's about it. I suppose I was in Amsterdam during a layover, but I don't think that counts. So yeah. Those are the couple places I've been to. I want to visit Korea soon. I also want to visit more Europe as well. I also want to visit. I want to have at least. It is my goal / dream to eventually visit all of the continents. To have visited at least every single continent. So eventually, if I have enough money, I eventually want to be able to visit Antarctica. Even though I know that travel there is very limited, but I want to be able to be like, yeah, you know what? I've set foot in Antarctica. I've stayed there for a little bit. That's going to be very, very difficult. Probably the most difficult place that I want to visit. So North America has been done. South America, I definitely still need to. That's still on my to-do list. The African continent still need to do. Australia. Scots, welcome back. Hello. Popping in to say hi. Well, hello there to you. Welcome aboard. It's been a while, actually. It's been a while. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I think that's it. Like, I've been to Europe. I'm in Asia. I've been to North America. So yeah, so it's South America, Africa, Australia, and Antarctica. Those 4. Those places I need to go. Mari, thank you for the hydrate. I have my water right here. Okay, so I think at the end of the day, I want to be able to visit different places and I want to try the different foods because I enjoy the cuisine and I feel like that cultures have so much going on, especially when it comes to food. And I feel that one of the most enjoyable ways to appreciate a culture is through their food. Because I think at the end of the day, everybody eats and everybody wants to eat good fucking food, right? That's something we all have in common. We all want tasty ass food. And everybody has like different forms of tasty food. And have different priorities for what good food is. So I want to be able to do that, like with as many cultures as I can. And it's different, I feel, sometimes. Trying food that's like if I had Chinese food here, it's not going to be quite the same as trying Chinese food in China or Indian food in India, you know? It's still like there are going to be some people who will be as authentic as possible, carrying their culture with them across literal oceans. But it's also very different experiencing it from the source, you know? But yeah, so let's actually... Wait, do I have... Huh? Nani? Where'd it go? I think my window of Slay the Princess just closed by accident. Anyway, we have actually yapped quite a bit. And I'm not gonna say sorry because I enjoy talking about all of that with you guys. We were talking about Mari, we were talking about like a world where all VTubers exist. Like we started from there. And then we also started talking about being able to go to different places. And because we found out we have people in chat who are from the same area. Moral of the story, stay away from corporations. Corporations have only themselves in their interest. So beware. And always buy local. Actually, can't believe I met someone else from the Caribbean in the wild. That's true. Honestly, I also find that really wild. It makes me wonder what the heck my algorithm on YouTube looks like for, you know, for me to have picked up 2 folks from the Caribbean. Yeah, I just found you. It's all, yeah. And I'm glad you did, Gray. I'm glad you did. Let me just adjust some of the volume. Yeah, actually, yeah. Willow and Gray are new. So welcome to the Court of Fowl. Cove has been around for a bit. Yeah, Cove has been around for a bit. Mari has been around for a bit as well. Same thing with Koro. Humpity Dumpizzle, I know I saw you there earlier. I'm sorry I forgot to get to your message right away. But hello. Nummy's also been around for a bit. But welcome, everybody. We are now about to start Slay the Princess. I actually haven't watched any VTubers at all, so I don't know what prompted me to click. Regardless of the reason, I am happy you did, and that you found a wonderful fellow Caribbean folk here. So welcome aboard, and let's see. I have no idea what I am getting myself into. So let's try to keep the spoilers to a minimum. I think this is all it, right? Just need to click. And allow me to read with my narrator voice. Chapter 1.
You're on a path.
Oh, we have a voice narrator, never mind.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Is a princess. Let me try reading that. You are on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
You're here to slay her.
Oh no.
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, the premise is very straightforward. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolucion! Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. Huh. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, first of all, I love that there are so many different options. And that, it's not just like 2 or 3 options. There are full-on dialogue with potentially different ramifications for each one. I gotta say that first. And I feel like we don't get enough of this kind of options. Because, we can't afford to voice every single line or something after this. It's fine. You can let people read. You think that a visual novel like this, you're going to attract the people who don't like to read? Let the people read, my good man. All right, as a court mage, I am not always gonna. It has been my role to serve royalty, to serve nobility, and as a person who is in that role or was in that role, some monarchs definitely have it coming. How do I want to play this first? I think I'm gonna try to just play it naturally. I highly doubt. Why am I a rogue then? I will invoke my right against self-incrimination, Mari. You know I can't answer that question. Okay? We speak of that no further. We speak of that no further. The royalty and the nobility have it out for me sometimes because they don't like hearing what I have to say. Okay? Sweet. I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolucion.
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Okay, there is another thing that I am getting like the vibes of with this narrator, and that is shoot, what was that game called? What was it called? Stanley Parable. There we go. This is also giving me like Stanley Parable vibes without like the first person walking. Yeah, there we go. Stanley Parable. Yeah. Because Stanley Parable does have that like narrator bit where you go around doing stuff and it just comments on everything you do. So I get the same vibe here, except it's much more moody with like a visual novel style. Princess Bubblegum, who knows? You think he's an unreliable narrator? Usually in cases like this, they usually are. But that's more of like that's kind of like a meta. Like a better way of looking things. And for now, I'm gonna try to like not be overly meta about things, which is gonna be very hard to do because my brain is already like kind of branching out the possibilities in my head. So we'll see how it goes. Right, we'll get in character. That's right, Gray. Let's do that. No spoilers. All right. I have done my fair share of bringing down a monarch or two, royalty and nobility. Some of them have deserved it.
A warning before you go any further.
Right.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I see.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Oh, there's a voice of the hero.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So we have two voices in our head right now. You are all extra voices in my head, for sure. Okay.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
So a fine layer of dust, that means nobody's been here for a while. Can you do that accent? I don't know if I can. I'm gonna try. Give me a second. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. Yeah, I think I can kind of get in that same space. I can also do like other voices. Okay, so for the new folks, I've already mentioned it before that I'm a dungeon master. I'm a DM, Dungeons and Dragons and whatnot. So I generally do narrations and voice and character voices on I used to on a fairly regular basis. I haven't played a game in a while, which makes me sad. So, you know, we can try going through a couple of other reads. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. We can even do a little funnier read. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. I've always wanted to play D&D, but it seems so complicated. It can be complicated, but the fundamentals of it are actually much simpler. Because the core, the most basic of D&D, right, at its very core, is basically a bunch of people trying to tell a story together, and then just you rolling dice, usually a 20-sided dice, to determine whether or not something succeeds or something in between. Fails or succeeds or somewhere along the way, right? That is essentially the core of it. If you want to get into D&D, I would highly recommend first just kind of focusing on the kind of character you want to play, and the rules will simply follow after that. And the DM should generally be there to guide you through the rules so that you understand what your abilities might entail. We can go into a full-on diatribe about it, but that's kind of that in a nutshell. And I haven't done that in a while. Testicular torsion, Murray. Please.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Right. Alright, so we have to do it by blade. We can't just... I suppose it's... Can you do that in D&D? Not specifically. You can homebrew it. That's also one of the fun things about D&D, is that as a group, if you have like a group that you're playing with, you guys can agree on certain modifications, changes to the rules if you want to make it easier or better for your, for the group that you're playing with. A lot of tables will have their own like specific rules. Like, oh, hey, in my table we do this. Oh, in my table we do that. Right? So there's always things like that too. And the game lends itself fairly easily to making certain changes. The rules are mostly there to serve as guidance, to help you along with making the parts of the game that are usually not so fun faster. And it's also up to each specific dungeon master or game master to run a table a certain way, because every individual person has a certain thing they like about D&D, or certain things they like about it. And it's very important for people to find a table that share the same thing that they like. Because some tables will enjoy being more technical with their playthrough. They want things to be like, oh, I'm exactly this distance away from an enemy, and I have a spell that goes this distance and stuff. While other tables are a little bit less rule intensive, and they focus more on the narrative, the story of being able to, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. I want to talk to this person, I want to talk to that person. So every table has like a different style, almost, So you'll have people who are more story-driven, some people that are more like combat-driven, other people that are more like exploration-driven. They want to be like, solving puzzles. They want to be exploring locations, looking for clues, and trying to explore a world that exists around them. Others want more like heavy role play. They want to be talking to NPCs, swindling them, doing all sorts of fun stuff with other players as well, And some people want a little bit of a balance of different things. So it's very important that before you get into a game, that everybody agrees, hey, this is the kind of game we're going to run. This is the kind of game, and if you're okay with that, then, let's start the game. We'll enjoy the game together. Other than that, it's hopefully you'll. I still need to have the alert command set up. I'm sorry. TLDR, D&D lets you explore any type of story experience you agree on. Yeah, that's the important part. If all of you agree that this is the kind of game you want to play, go for it. It's also important because there's this thing called Session 0 when you play D&D, which is kind of like, which is like the session before you start playing. And a lot of the times, Session 0, people can be making characters, or sometimes people come in with characters already in mind. But the important thing in Session 0 is for everyone to kind of get on the same level of what they are, of what experience they're looking to get. And that also includes setting things like boundaries and like, oh, like, I don't like this thing. I don't like this kind of theme because I have like a bad experience involving this thing. So is it okay if we don't have that in the game, right? And hopefully everybody is okay with that, so that, you know, everybody can be like, okay, we're not going to have this because, you know, to kind of take into consideration someone else's experience. So those kinds of things are very important in Session 0 before you actually start playing the game proper. So yeah, there's a lot of, you know, there's quite a bit of stuff that can go into it. But honestly, if you really get yourself into a good group that you jive with, that you agree with, then honestly, it's gonna be a super fun experience. Kind of like a test session to see if that's really where you want to be or not. Yeah, you can do that. You can have like an actual like brief session of everybody just doing random stuff, testing around the things that they can or can't do. If they want to ask about certain rules, the way they want things to go. They can even talk to like, what I personally do as a DM is before like a Session 0, because Session 0, everybody's there. I usually like to have like a quick, like a one-on-one with each player, and I ask them, hey, what story arc do you want to follow? What kind of story arc do you want to have? And I will try my best to incorporate that into like the overarching story that I have in mind. So I have like a framework of a story that I want to do, and then I ask each player what story arc, what character arc they want to be going for, mix it in so that each session, maybe one or two players will see something, oh shoot, that's related to my story. I recognize that. That's part of my backstory. What's going on? And they'll be super excited. And they get that moment where they kind of become a focus. Like, oh shit, okay, what happened with you? Like, what happened to you? Like, what was your, how do you recognize this person? Right? And they suddenly feel like that focus for a little bit, because this is their character arc. This is their progression. And then maybe next session, another player gets their story arc explored a little bit more. Hell, maybe even two characters get their stories explored at the same time. What if like they both have their own, like, you know, their own, what if they have like a certain character in their backstory that turns out to be the same person, and that both of them were wronged by the same like evil lord from some faraway place or something. So, you know, that's what I find most interesting and fun to do in a story, when you see the players are like, oh shoot, that's my backstory. I want in on that. And once you have everybody's like backstory involved, and you know that it's the direction they want to go, that's when you have the players just the most engaged and just so excited to participate in the story that you are weaving out for them. Being GM is both incredibly hard and incredibly rewarding. That it is. It is. Thankfully for me, I enjoy a lot of like world building and a lot of storytelling, and it's just very enjoyable for me to see players, like, the way it's very enjoyable for me to watch players react when their story is being told, when their story is being explored, and they have a chance to kind of find new things in their story that they hadn't seen before. And to get that out of players, to be able to see them suddenly like light up and just pursue this character arc at full speed is just a very rewarding experience. You know, it's one of the things I'm always trying to achieve when I run a session. It's easier for some people than others, admittedly, because there are some people who are a little bit slower to kind of really go in that direction, especially for some of the more shy people who are still kind of new, who aren't sure whether they can or can't do that thing they want to do. And I always try to tell them, if there's something you're thinking of doing, just say it. I will tell you if it's not possible, and what options you do have. But always, always, always say what you want to do. Never hesitate. You know, bad idea or good idea, if you want to do it, do it. And I'll let you know what the consequences of that might be. And I'm always going to try and steer it in a way where everything moves forward. That story never just kind of circles in one place because you're not doing something exactly the way I want you to. Something will move forward. No matter whether you succeed or you fail in your dice rolls, the story marches on. Welcome, Billy. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you on the YouTube side of things. Actually, very interesting. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. How's Street Fighter been? We're kind of in the middle of playing Slay the Princess, but we got detoured because we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, which is honestly just super fun. And I need to play again. Fuck, I need to play again. No, don't be sorry, Will. I love talking about this. You have no idea. I hit Diamond 5. Nice. Very nice. So happy for you. One last push to Master. Let's go. We just need Cove to only chat here and we'll be set. Either way, regardless, I appreciate you all, whichever side you decide to chat on, you know? It's super fun. Dungeons and Dragons is something I feel very, very passionate about. Even if Wizards of the Coast, the ones who basically own Dungeons and Dragons, are being absolute fuckheads right now. And I'm doing with a character that isn't very strong. Is that with Kimberly? I remember you were playing with Kimberly last time. Is that who you're progressing the ranks with? Yeah, so yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, never apologize. I will always, always, always be down to talk about D&D. If anything, it will always pull me away from anything else without fail. And I will be happy for it. I can't start to look for physical spaces yet, but I'll probably see if I can find like a Discord server to start sometime. Oh, I understand. It is a lot harder to find physical spaces, and there are definitely online resources you can get into. If anything, stay tuned. You know, stick around, and eventually, I think I want to do like a Dungeons and Dragons kind of like maybe stream where we can like have a talk about building characters and like the rules and the process and step by step. Maybe I'll do that next week, actually. I've been looking for things to do for next week's stream, so I'll probably do that. We'll have like a building a character from scratch, Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Kim doesn't have the greatest damage output, but her mix-up potential is insane if labbed properly. Ah, good luck then. I hope that you hit Master. It's okay. Holy shit, I'll try to see if I can make it because that sounds sick. Yeah. Best part is that even if you can't make it live, there's always going to be the VOD. Although I would appreciate it if this is here's the thing. I actually stream around this time typically. So if you are free around this time, Tuesday to Saturday, I stream around this time. So just make sure then to check the YouTube channel community tab. If you want to, please subscribe if you can. If you would be most honored, please subscribe if you haven't. Follow on Twitch as well as a bonus. I'm only free on Saturday because it's 8:37 in the morning for me. I see. It's 8:37 in the evening over here. So if you find it convenient, then always make sure to check it out. Weird that I'm not subscribed yet. I think it's mostly because I come here through tweets. Ah. Well, thank you for the sub. It's much appreciated. All right. So tune in next week. I'll see if I can maybe do it on next week Saturday. Actually, we're gonna be playing Pokemon Emerald. We're gonna be starting a collaboration stream next week Saturday. So you might have to check out the VOD if you can't make it on any of the Tuesday to Friday streams. Zikos, hello, welcome. It's been a hot minute. It has been quite a hot minute. It's doing good. We were just fresh off talking about, let's see, what did we talk about? A world where VTubers all exist in the same world. We talked about food in different parts of the world. We just talked about Dungeons and Dragons. So yeah, we've gone through quite a bit of sidetracking every now and again, and we're barely at the first couple pages of Slay the Princess. But it's fun. I am enjoying it. Every little bit of it. To dagger or not to dagger. We are probably just I'm imagining right now that as a character in the game, I'm just kind of spacing out just because I don't actually want to kill the princess. I'm you know what? I'm going to go imagine all of these things in my head and talk to all the voices that are ringing. The voices whose names are Zico's, Covenant, Billy, Willow. It's all of y'all in gray just talking in my head and having this internal conversation, exploring the ramifications of our actions. All right, let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
That's true. So D&D turn, does that mean we're casting Dissonant Whispers on you? Probably. I would say Dissonant Whispers. It can also be what do you call it? Well, if you guys were sending me all sorts of funny stuff, it would be more like Tasha's hideous laughter. But, that's not the case today. That's not the case. Okay, here we go. All right, so we have the blade, and let's proceed. Let's try to slay this princess and see what's up. All right, princess!
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Oh, come on! Don't say it like that!
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Oh, her voice is lower than I was imagining it to be.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
She probably is, hero.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Let's just continue down the stairs. The less we talk, the less opportunities we have to be distracted from just killing her. Let's get the job done.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Hero, now is not the time to be thinking with your pants. All right, Hero? This is why people like you get stabbed. Okay? Stop thinking with your pants for 5 seconds, Hero.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Let him cook, let the man breathe. Hero is already thinking with his pants, and that's not a good sign for us. And she's sassing. She is sassing me. She's not doing any favors. Let's just go. Steal our nerves and step forward. No talking. No talking.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Oh, the sass on this princess.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
I like her. I see. It seems that Kodo has taken a liking to this princess's very defiant attitude.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Alright, just slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Oh, shit.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well.
Just but a flesh wound. She's bleeding profusely from her chest.
But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face.
But is it over? Really over?
Probably? I'm not sure. I feel like she has some kind of trick up her sleeve.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there.
Alright, narrator, no need to get sassy with me.
We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
No.
I really don't think you should do that.
I don't either. Hero, why are you like this?
And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us?
Hero, why are you like this?
I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Let's just leave that in there and let's go.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs.
She might be hiding a
closing
phoenix
the
down.
door to the basement behind you.
Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
You did kill someone.
Yeah, we did.
Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these
Maybe
days
we should have
that will
taken the
sink
knife
in
out.
and help
We just
ease
left the
your
knife
guilty
for her. She is
conscience.
alive and she has a knife in her hand now too.
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find.
Ah, fuck.
Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of
Gil's
some
resurrection move
place
from
far away.
SF3. Well,
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here.
okay,
This
narrator.
is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Okay, now the narrator is absolutely the sussest person on the planet. That's bullshit. Let me out of here.
What's done is done, and there's no going back now. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
No, I can't trust you, narrator. Not anymore.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
No. Fuck.
Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
We're very happy. We're happy. We're happy. We're very, very happy. Hooray! Nope. How do we get out of here?
I do. But you're probably not going to like it.
It's down to the princess, isn't it, hero?
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
And you know this because...
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Well, first of all, narrator, this is not a wonderful place, so we're out.
There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Let's go. Let's get that blade back and see what happens. Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we'd die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
Oh, God.
I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You'd better be right about this. I'd be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want.
Alright, hero, let's fucking go.
I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Okay. Oh, that's, where'd her clothes go? Why is it just her bones? We didn't leave her naked. Why are her clothes gone?
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Chapter 2? We have Chapter 2?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Wait, we started over?
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Welcome, Nito. Clothes wear and tear over time and decompose. They do. Does that mean it's been that long? Have we been sitting in that room for that long that she is literally nothing but dried bones? And even her clothes completely, decayed? How fucking long did we sit in that fucking quote-unquote paradise for?
You're here to slay her. If you don't...
Yeah, end of the world. Oh, it's a new one. Oh, you bastard, you're in for it now. Getting a terrible sense of deja vu. Wait, hasn't this already happened? But I killed myself. What am I doing here? Your tricks.
What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
Well, the narrator himself said you were there for centuries. Ha.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
Voice of the Cold? That's a new voice in our head! Voice of the hero, voice of the cold. Hello, new friend?
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Okay.
If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Oh, interesting little premise you have there.
Oh, we listened to you plenty. We slew the princess just like you asked us to, and then you locked us away in an empty void for eternity. So we slew ourselves too. Well, if you killed yourself, then you weren't listening to me, because I would never want you to do that. Believe it or not, I care about you.
We're not doing much of the princess now, are we?
And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
The narrator's starting to get real sassy on us.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We slew the princess, the world outside the cabin disappeared, we died, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Fair point, hero.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
I mean, the collector's edition, I don't know about the game after it updated. I think I bought an expanded version of the game, something like that. Oh, with this particular path. The narrator does present a very interesting choice, or an interesting proposition of, is this a time loop? Did we repeat? Or are we in another branch? Right? Like, did we loop back? Or did we kind of continue forward? But we're just like in a, I don't know, like there's something that reset, but we're continuously going forward. Whether or not our previous actions carry over into this quote-unquote restart, that is the question.
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
You got another voice. Yeah, a new branch. We have the voice of the cold. But the question is it like a loop? Is it like an actual like reset that if we do something else, does it change? Does it undo our previous actions?
It doesn't matter because we didn't fail to slay her. And if she's really back, which I doubt, it'll be just as easy to do it again. But after that nasty trick you pulled on us, maybe she's not the only one around here in need of slaying.
Oh, the voice of the cold is a little scary. I like that.
Just stay focused, will you?
Alright, let's proceed to the cabin then. Voice of the cold, I like you.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
Yeah, we've heard
she
that.
Won't be a problem.
Yeah. Voice of the Cold is... I like him. I like the Voice of the Cold. Very much. I think he does kind of reflect us from the previous run.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air.
This is a
Cobwebs
different
flutter
room.
in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters
This room was
against the
much
windows.
emptier last time.
The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge.
Huh.
The blade is your implement. You'll
Yeah,
need
the
it if
mirror
you want to
wasn't
do
there,
this
and the
right.
room wasn't this torn down. The room was kind of just okay, but it was just, you know... How the hell does Jonathan Sims get away with having so much rain despite doing so few adjustments? Yeah. So good.
It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time.
Yep.
Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
I feel like the Voice of the Cold is kind of like a reflection of our decision during the first run. That's what it feels like to me. This whole cabin is different than last time. Or let's just approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
A wall?
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Let's wipe the mirror clean.
You reach
Ah!
in, rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Why is my hand like this?
But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Alright. But the cabin is also different.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous second life proposition. You haven't died. You certainly haven't already slain the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Alright, let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Let's go.
The door to the
This
basement
place is much
groans
more
open,
run down.
revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air.
It's nasty.
The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Alright.
The room below is silent.
It is silent.
Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
Alright.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view.
Oh.
A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
Ho ho! The princess remains slain.
Okay. She's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you
Ah!
have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
Oh, come on!
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin.
The princess is a ghost now? How do I slay a ghost? Do I have to place a phone call?
And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head.
She is a little cute.
Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
Even the narrator's like, what the fuck is going on?
Ghost! Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Cold, I know you mean well, but I can think of like 100 things a ghost can do to us. So shut your trap.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again.
Welcome,
I had
Flame.
some issues with how our last meeting went.
Yeah, exactly, Cove. Exactly. Oh, she's not happy. I don't think she's gonna be very happy.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Oh.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
Well, that did so well for us last time. Let's wait and see. Slay the princess!
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through,
Well, we're
unable to
fucked.
find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take that. We're.
But I didn't.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Oh shit! I died too. Let's see. I died too. I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? But also, hear me out, Billy. No, no, I am not gonna hear you out. Especially if the next word you're gonna say is wood.
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
Huh. So she can have a solid form.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away.
Wood?
Her
Oh
fingertips
no.
tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
Okay, let's Alright, there's something else going on.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are.
Very good question. We got scaly hands now. Did we turn into some kind of kobold or dragonborn after reincarnating? Spectral, sort of mixed between physical and immaterial. I see.
I've tried to
Antagonizing her won't make things better.
Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I
No,
always
Billy.
wanted right back here.
Huh. Where
I
are
just want
we?
to go home. I'm so cold and alone here.
You know what? I can sympathize with that. I can sympathize with that.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride.
I'll be honest, Princess. I don't know if I can actually come and go as I please either. So, I mean, you're free to try. Oh, fucking hell, Princess. Cut that out.
Absolutely not. She asked if she can possess us.
Oh, stop doing that and sure, go ahead.
She is.
Oh.
And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, There is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have
Wait,
to
who's
say
him?
to the one who wants her dead so badly.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
I mean, I didn't like the path we went down when we did what you wanted to, narrator, so you don't have a lot of points in your favor for that. Let's see. First of all, oh, there's a lot of options. Okay. If I let you in, do I still get to be in control?
Sure, why not?
That doesn't sound very reassuring.
No, it doesn't. I don't
It
trust
could
this
be the
princess
best way to trap
anymore
her for
either.
good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body.
No, Cole, that's not how it works. I'm fairly certain that if the princess is capable of ruining the world, she can definitely do it from inside our body. My body.
That is a very dangerous train of thought.
Narrator has that much going for him. Let's see. Trying to pull a Joshua? I don't know. We'll see. We can try. Do you feel bad? It might be good. It might be a good idea to apologize. I don't have an apology option, do I? Well, we can ask. I suppose. Is the world worth saving, though? Good question.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
Yeah.
He's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
Okay. Let's see. Well, were you going to end the world?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
Okay. I don't like that part about the conversation. Okay. You didn't answer my question. Do you want to end the world?
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
That is still a non-answer. Nope, we're not going there. Alright, let's go. Leave it at that. I killed you. What are you doing not being dead?
I don't feel very bad, but I guess I'm not dead. So you must have only mostly killed me.
Okay.
Or maybe death is only mostly real, but it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the
Mostly.
one these things have happened to, not the one with all the answers, or any of the answers.
What drugs is she on? I want some of that.
But we're not a ghost. Unless we are?
We're
Maybe
not,
that's why the mirror
Hero.
disappeared. We're actually dead.
Death, at least as a form of permanence, is just a concept. And clearly it's not a very useful one anymore. Maybe we should throw it out entirely.
Alright,
See,
Cold.
this is why I didn't want you to talk to her. Death is not just a concept, it is an extremely real phenomenon. Don't let her distort your reality. Cold, hard facts exist. The truth exists. It has to.
The narrator just sounds very The narrator is going through a lot of cope right now. Okay. Let's see. Well, I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
Can I just kill her again?
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
No, we don't.
We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have
No!
another chance?
Hero, shut your trap. You're gonna be the reason we all die.
When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good, Hero.
So
Get
don't
that.
try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
Alright, so... Let's see... Let's just get going then. There's not much for us to do. We can't slay the princess again.
This isn't a solution. Nobody wins here.
What should we do then, narrator? Huh?
You're...
Oh, she's upset, isn't she?
You're abandoning me here?
It would seem so, yes.
After everything you've done to me, you've chosen to do more?
Yeah, we're out. The fear has left.
The princess starts to float erratically from side to side, her cold exterior melting away.
But if you just leave me, then I'm really just going to be stuck here forever. Then there's nothing we can do. It's just going to go on and on and on and on, lonely and sad and hurting and empty. No, not that!
Okay.
She's about to try something. Get ready.
Alright, Cold, I'm with you.
The princess passes through you, a chill rippling along your skin, a disappointed sigh echoing in your ears. You turn and face her as she hovers between you and the stairs. Spectral tears streak down her cheeks as she places a translucent hand on your chest. It feels cold, but otherwise like nothing at all. Are we doing the right thing? Why do I feel so sad?
Because you have the heart of a hero, Hero.
Don't let her get to you. It doesn't matter. Somehow, soon, this too will be over, and we'll move on to something new. I feel like you all keep forgetting that. Her dark-rimmed eyes fall to the floor as she speaks.
I never wanted to have to hurt anybody. It's not who I wanted to be.
How can you be mad at her? She's only like this because you killed her. Uh-oh. Why did she say that I never wanted to have to hurt anybody? Are you telling me that's about to change?
The tears on her cheeks vanish. She lifts her
Yeah.
head, sorrow replaced with
We need
wrath,
to go.
staring into you with fiery anger.
But I guess you've turned me into something worse.
Shit!
She forces her hand into your chest, and then...
Yes?
nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened.
Stop questioning the good things, Hero. Accept it, and we gotta go.
And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Let's step away.
You do your best to pull away, but it's as if her arm, embedded in your body, is rooting you in place.
Oh shit.
Leaving so soon.
Yes, actually.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, and
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
No.
She's real now.
No.
If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
I agree with you, Cold. Slay the princess.
You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly.
Oh.
Did we get her? Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
Oh, we've gashed her neck too.
See you soon, killer.
Oh. I know I did.
Afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Well, it's not the first time that we died.
You're on a path in the wood, and here we go again. Off to slay her. Again.
I wasn't just referring to you losing your heart. I see.
The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it.
Voice of the cheated. Interesting. It is a reflection of the last run.
Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer. Yeah. And what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous.
Huh.
There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be, seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. But wouldn't that get... I don't know.
The right answer was leaving her alone from the get-go?
So you've already been here.
Perhaps.
Twice, even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes
We
in
tried.
your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
We didn't have to start over.
We killed ourselves.
And why, pray tell, did you do that?
Because you put us in a fucking endless loop of emptiness and absolute meaningless
Because
nothing.
you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us.
Yeah, I'm with Cold here.
That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending.
But that's not what happened, narrator.
The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy.
Exactly.
Well, were you happy? Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful.
It was boring.
It was bullshit. So you killed yourself?
Yes, and then she killed us.
Even though she was already dead. This is all fake.
I love the collection of voices we have so far. Hero, Cold, and Cheated. The narrator's opinion of happy ending might not be your opinion. Yeah, that's true. I love the collection we have so far.
Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
But the princess is already dead. What are we gonna do about that?
All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
Okay. Wait, are you not the same narrator we met on the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before. Because the last one was very adamant that, no, you're not in a loop. You're just here for the first time. Don't be silly.
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no.
Fuck.
That's a hedge, not a wager.
Cheated would know. I will trust Cheated in differentiating a wager and a hedge.
I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate. So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us.
You know what? I like you, Cold. I like
They've
you.
clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
Oh, I do, narrator, and I don't think you're gonna like my next set of choices. Let's see. What happens if we don't go to the cabin?
Then she finds a way out on her own.
Well, it doesn't seem like it.
Of course she does.
Shut up, Cheated. It's a little bit whiny. Stop it.
So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's gotta be better, right?
That's the first sensible thing I've heard from you, Hero, in a while.
No, it's strictly worse.
How?
But she can't kill us out here. Why would staying out of killing distance be worse if she's getting out regardless? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
Well, fuck you, narrator. I just fucking did what you told me. Fucking stab her in the chest. We let her be. You put us in fucking limbo. So, of course we were gonna do something about that.
More rules, more rhetoric. Since when is there a wrong way to slay her? I'm sick of it. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
Alright, let's go to the cabin.
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do.
If she's a ghost again, there's fuck all we can do.
The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Let's go.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building.
This is a
crashing and
very
joining
different
and
room
driving
now.
everything forward.
What is this?
The only furniture of note is... That's strange.
We don't even have a way down to the basement.
What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine
Alright,
blade.
take care, Cove.
Why
You
isn't
take
there
care
a
of
pristine
yourself.
blade?
You have fun. Huh. Hold up, looks like the mirror is being superimposed in the room. Yeah. It's not quite lined up with all the things here. It's kind of in the way of one of the curtains, billowing. Take care, Covenant. Take care.
Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
What's that? Let's approach the mirror. Wait, let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of the hallway. What's there?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement. The way to the basement? Don't you mean door? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening.
Huh.
What are the odds she's waiting for us right behind it? If I were running a bullshit factory, that's what I'd do.
Cheated. That's fine.
Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement.
She's already
Can't
dead.
see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here? Nobody is calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Alright, let's approach the mirror then.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Yeah, I have like cold, cheated, hero, narrator.
We've always
But
been
definitely.
watched. You're watching us right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes the
I'm
feeling's just
but I am
stronger
vibing.
than others.
I'm vibing with Cold the most right now, I would say. I am vibing the most with Cold.
I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation. We just need this to be over.
Cheated too.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Let's wipe it clean.
Here we go. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, she's waiting for us.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap.
That sounds smart.
Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
Oh, this princess is an absolute fucking pain.
But do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. But you decided it would be best to try and bury me all over again.
This is what I was talking about. I see. Come on, princess, bring it on.
You're not getting another chance to mess this up.
Nope. Also, what's up with my legs, dude?
So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
Well, with the way you've grabbed my ankle, I'm not going to do much of walking.
And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
No, not if I have anything
I say
to do
we
with
let her
it.
do it. It's something different.
Don't rush it, Cold.
Do we even have a choice? You always have a choice. Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time. Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade?
Narrator, you better give us something.
Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
Cold has a point, narrator. Unless you give us something, there's not a lot we can do. Let's see. Welcome back, Billy. Well, we walked in, she grabbed our ankle. She's literally snapping it into a million pieces. That's fine. I actually came here to free you. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a victim in all this. No, that's not it. That's not gonna end well. Let's see. Can't I just open the door for you?
I don't think you get the magnitude of hatred that sits between us. You've broken more trust than I thought I had.
I see.
Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
I see. Okay, fine. Just do it.
Great. See you in a jiffy.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's
You're not
body
giving me
emerges.
options, narrator.
Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this.
Oh. Welcome, Azzy.
You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up. Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out. I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you? Anything to get out of this hellhole. It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. There's nothing else like
God, that crunch. Yeah, that crunch is something.
There's nothing wrong with facing your mistakes. I'll remember that. But I'll also never forget what you've done.
Oh. Every step.
Along the corridor,
Oh.
every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world.
We're so close.
But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how long this hallway is. I will drag the body till there's a piece of meat and feathers. I will be free.
I have feathers? I have feathers?
Please, just let her out.
Yes. Let me out.
It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer.
You had described me into submission.
Oh!
The door is right there.
Oh, shit.
It really is, isn't it?
I walked to it. I placed your bloody hand on the door. I made you twist the handle.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
He's gone.
Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us.
I did nothing. He dealt with himself.
This is it then. The big moment.
It's time.
I just hope it's a way out.
The handle clicks as we push forward. The air is different here.
Ugh. Feel another violent tear rending cuts all the way. Alright, I guess I have to read this one. But as you step outside the bounds of the cabin, you feel another violent tear, a rending that cuts all the way down to your soul. You are once again separated from everything that had nestled in the deep crevices of your body, from everything that isn't you.
We're us again. How interesting. We actually won, didn't we?
We got out!
What is happening to me?
Oh shit! But you don't have the chance to answer her before something takes her and leaves something in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
No, Hero. What the fuck is wrong with you, Hero? We're not gonna look and find her.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. Ignore the cowards. You have to look.
Let's approach the mirror then.
I'm
Let's
begging
go,
you,
Cole.
Don't do this.
The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Really? You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. But the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet. You are at the cabin.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What? Huh. What's going on? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
We will fight until the end. Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Huh. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights.
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to
She
be
reminds
more.
you of Double from Skullgirls. Huh. I don't remember who that is. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Alright, let's just end it. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Huh.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
I see. Okay. Make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. Well, bring the wraith to her. We're back
You're
at
on
the
a
start.
path in the
Holy
woods,
shit.
And at the end of that path is a cabin.
Are
And in the
we
basement of
actually
that
at the
cabin
proper start now?
Is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Huh.
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. Holy cow. Welcome to chapter 1 for the first time. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back shortly. And we have returned. We have returned. All right. Now that we've actually finished one run, I'm gonna take a minute to just let all of that sink in. We made several choices that I'm not sure I would do again. And I'm kind of curious what kind of run we should try to do this time, you know? I wonder. Okay. Let's see if we just free the princess without question this time around. The narrator does seem very unreliable. Oh, we can actually do controller stuff. All right. Okay, let's go. Let's skip it. What is this? End of the world. Ah, yes. Let's just go straight there. Silently continue to the cabin. We'll just straight up free her.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Proceed. All right, princess. We're coming to free ya.
The interior of the cabin, the blade, is your implement.
Okay, just go to the basement.
The door to the basement
Ooh.
creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Okay.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice is different now. Her voice is different from when you go down with a blade or without. Interesting. If you come in without a blade, she sounds much more gentle.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Stop thinking with your pants, hero.
Don't
You're doing
let
it
fool
again.
you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Just continue down the stairs. Have him hear him out. It's all right. We're just gonna keep going
Good.
down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be
But
able
Hero
to
is
do what
constantly
needs to be done.
thinking with his pants. We gotta make him stop. And welcome,
You
Balthiel.
walk down the stairs
Welcome,
and lock
welcome.
eyes with the princess.
Hero
There's a
should
heavy
be
chain
smitten.
around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She has a very different demeanor from the first run we had.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Huh. It has been a while, but welcome back, welcome back. I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
Narrator, you didn't do us good last time. We're taking a completely opposite path
No.
today.
You're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
We could go back and check. Maybe the knife, maybe the dagger could be used. And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
Huh. That's a little unsettling, but, you know, if you do what you gotta do.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
For fuck's sake, we should have took the knife with us on the way down.
Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Let me out of
Your
here.
shouts and pleas are met with silence.
Fuck.
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Well, I'm not gonna do that without the knife. Let me fucking go get the knife.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Oh, fuck you, narrator.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Ah!
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
The flying fuck!
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Fuck
or
that!
You could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
We'll save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
It would have been easier if we cut the wrist side rather than under the chain.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
A real go-getter? Yeah.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours,
She still
blood
has
from
her
her
own,
wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
and she still has some blood on her mouth.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Oh god.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Let's go.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Narrator!
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
No!
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Warn her!
Stop that.
The narrator's forcing me.
Someone's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
I'm trying not to!
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist!
The blade. Move the blade.
Damn it, narrator!
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
It isn't.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Not killing the princess, that's for sure.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Kill me right! Jesus!
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Oh, you couldn't have made it a quick job.
She doesn't hide it. Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right?
If there's anything I've seen, it's that we're probably gonna fucking loop again.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin
Is a princess.
princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I feel like that premise is gonna get really old really fast. Let's proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Oh, but it's already changed.
If only you knew what you did to us, you villain.
The voice of the smitten. That's interesting.
Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of
our love.
Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
I want to voice a character like Voice of the Smitten. He's a very like Don Quixote style of voice.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Aye, aye. Let's get to the cabin. Let's take the knight with us this time. I'm guessing the princess is going to be chained, but with the other
The
hand.
interior of the cabin is clean and elegant. Its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries. A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Yeah, well, let's get the knight. Wait. Should we try to check the mirror again? Let's approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Let's wipe it down.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
This is how we found out we were never
a second ago.
human to begin with.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of
Alright,
place.
see ya, Billy. Thanks for dropping by. Been watching one horror movie a night for October? Nice. What's gonna be on, what's on for today? What horror movie do you have planned out? Also, Lumi, hello! The dialogue is hilarious. Aye, it is. The Smitten is a very interesting character so far. Alright, let's take the blade.
You take the
Borderlands
blade from the table. It
from
will be difficult
2013.
to slay the princess
I
and
see.
save the world
When you
without
said
a
Borderlands from 2024, exactly. That's a different kind of horror, I think, Billy.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword.
Enjoy, Billy.
That
Enjoy.
way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Alright, into the basement we go.
The door to the basement
Ooh.
creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers
See,
in the light of the torches
have
positioned
fun.
along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Okay.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
I didn't even think the movie was that terrible. I see. The trailer already kind of threw me off because the vibes were very different. That being said, the only Borderlands game I played was the pre-sequel. Oh, I haven't even played pre-sequel. I've mostly played Borderlands 2, actually.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love.
Alright, take it down, Smitten. Don't be a creep.
Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning.
Yes, for
Heroes
everyone's
got
sake,
it.
you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
Mm-hmm. Sure thing, narrator.
You walk down the stairs and
Oh,
lock
she has
eyes
her
with the
hand back.
princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
God damn it, Smitten! Pipe it down! Jesus Christ! And I thought Hero had to keep it in his pants.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
I would be more focused on the fact that she knows we're back.
And she called us a hero.
Oh, these two idiots. Oh, I miss you, Cold. Cold, where are you? I miss you.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back? You've been here before, haven't you?
Yeah, we have.
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Oh, Smitten.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
No, we're not.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
I see.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Smitten, please.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Let's see. Do I have to cut you out again? I didn't care for that last time.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Can we avoid that?
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't know. You're
shit.
right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Let's see. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
No, there's no such thing as good reason for that, narrator. You stop it.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
I like this cheery princess a little bit, but it is rather unsettling.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
At least Hero seems to be much... You know things are kind of fucked when Hero, the guy who was constantly rather smitten before, is being outdone.
That's because she's perfect.
And there we go.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Alright, let's rescue the princess then.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
Yes.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths.
I like
and
Miss
if you
Smitten.
try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand through her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Wow, that actually worked! That actually worked!
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
Let's go, princess!
Told
And
you.
she's so much better
There's
dressed
no
and stuff
life
now.
more worth living than that of a true believer.
Like her hair is also very different. She has a crown.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
You know, hearing the narrator react this way is probably worth this particular path.
Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
No.
Is that a threat?
You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
Let's get out of here. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
Well, that's sad. And now I actually have proper sympathy for her. If nobody's ever asked, hey, what is it that you want to do, princess?
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Huh. Let's see. You know what? I just want to leave. Well, you can figure out the rest later.
That sounds perfect.
Why is the music suddenly cut out?
As the princess takes
shit!
your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world.
She's going all kira kira.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually.
Hand holding. My god, and she's glowing. Yeah, she's absolutely sparkling right now.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
The narrator being this bitter is just so funny. It's so fun. I like this.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs?
Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks.
That's a familiar move.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
He's just coping so hard, yeah.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Truckload of copium. Let's go.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Let's go.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Let's keep going. We gotta find a way. We have a knife now.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I think I've got this. Open the door by myself. I think we can open it. Oh, no. Here, this one. I'll go for this. I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
With the power, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together.
Oh!
And the lock clicks and the door flips open. Are you kidding me?
Oh, this is beautiful. Beautiful.
I told you our love was insurmountable.
Oh, this is amazing.
You and the princess make your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
Let's go.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Let's
Yes,
go.
I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Our happy ending at last.
Well, look at that. Look at the princess, the stars, the forest, all of this. Doesn't quite sound as convincing, but I'll take it.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into
And
the
this
abyss
is
of
where everything sets in, huh?
cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
Let's keep her warm then.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Oh shit! Uh-oh. Oh, it's those hands again! But you don't get the chance to make that journey. Nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Just trust me, we've been here before and you always get scared. It's not the end for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Let's approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. The bloat. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
That you are.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Let's thank her for being kind this time.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Interesting. That she seems to be doomed to only know us. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Interesting. So the princess is serving as a vessel for this mass of hands to eventually learn more and more and more through the various incarnations that we provide. Oh, I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Oof. Oh, that glass shattering. The hero and the princess. Back. A loving vessel.
You're on a path in the woods.
Alright, let's skip until we get to what we need to. Let's just leave this time. We abandon the princess.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation
The entirety,
than to take part
this
in it.
entity truly is a handful to comprehend. Damn it, Nito!
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I've heard enough from you, narrator.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin.
Oh,
How
you
convenient.
manipulative
Everything's
bastard.
back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
That wasn't what happened the last time. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
Really?
But fine, you turn around and trek.
Are you
down
gonna
the
bring us
path
back
you
to the
came.
cabin?
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Or it's a narrator trying to force a story. Is this what it feels like to be a player in a D&D campaign where you just deviate from everything the DM is trying to say and the DM is trying to railroad you? I feel like this is that situation. I'm just gonna keep on walking away.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Come on.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Oh.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
Is it the cabin?
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to
fuck?
realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Oh, there are cabins and princesses.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
The fuck?
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
You know what? That's actually kind of true.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness, but it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
The stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
We've been here before.
You're here
very
to slay
different.
her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ah, yes, it's already happened. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further.
Yeah? The walls? Care to explain? Good narrator?
She will lie, She will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe
Contrarian.
her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the
What
sake of it.
walls?
Let's keep an open mind.
Voice of the Contrarian. That's interesting. Alright, into the cabin we go this time, I suppose.
The cabin interior is...
Oh shit,
wrong.
this thing's
A
broken!
confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the
fuck?
seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Huh.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Alright, I'm getting used to all of this bullshit
The blade
already.
is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Contrarian actually has a bit of a point.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
It's not very straightforward though. This entire ride has been anything but straightforward or incredibly simple.
You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
Except it hasn't.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Ooh, good question, Contrarian.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together.
Alright.
Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
We will stay absolutely...
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
Hero's actually got a good point on that too.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Okay, I'm fine.
Take deep breaths, Hero. Deep breaths.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Alright, let's just take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that.
Then how are we supposed to hold it?
The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
Contrarian wants us to hold the knife like a freaking weeb. Huh.
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Alright, we're holding it. Hold the blade the other way.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations.
Yes! Isn't this so much better?
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better.
Let's
it really
go.
doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Yeah, it's a fucking dagger. Let's see. Enter the basement. Let's hang on to it and see. What
The door
the
to the basement
fuck?
creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials.
Oh shit. We've entered some real eldritch horror stuff right now. Some Imagine having a drawn-out argument on how to hold the dagger just to throw it out. That I was very tempted to do so, but I figured we might have a good use for the knife. And judging by the way the stairs are, we just might need it.
Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once.
We entered like a
That is
bugged version of this.
simultaneously everything, and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the
Oh
stairs.
no, are we gonna get like an amalgam princess? Is this an amalgam princess?
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
Oh shit.
No, thank you.
Hero's already freaked out.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
I'm with Contrarian on this one.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die.
You're probably right, Hero, but that wouldn't be the first time, just so you know.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
No!
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Yep, he's right about that. Let's see, let's take the center staircase.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere.
Oh,
Concentrate
shit.
on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else. And so you take one careful, focused step after another. One foot down, another foot down.
Rini! Welcome,
another after that.
welcome!
You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path.
Nice
the
to
one that
see
cuts
you again.
straight down. Or up.
And we
or
are
maybe sideways.
trying to slay the princess. Well, we're not this time. We've slain the princess. We've romanced the princess. We've turned the princess into an eldritch ghoul wraith thing. Lots of things. And currently, we've completely twisted the world into some kind of eldritch horror or dimensional amalgam of everything else we've ever done. And it looks great.
But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
As long as straight stays straight, I think we'll eventually get there. But if it doesn't, then... Oh shit, what's going
you
on?
slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah, I'm losing
Time
myself.
disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
Oh, yeah, this is great. Oh my, it's so bright!
Physical
Oh, we're in light
sensations
mode.
dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long
Oh.
forgotten.
We're just...
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Hello?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
Did we... Did we? What's going on?
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
I love how contrarian is just like, ah, well, that was something. Let's go back to fucking around with the narrator.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. I was actually worried that we weren't gonna even see a princess during this run.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Try and get our bearings.
No,
She seems...
no, hero. No. We are not gonna talk to her. We are just gonna let her out. Because talking to her will lead to all sorts of shenaniganery that I refuse to loop through. Let's see. Actually, what's your name? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here.
And yet here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
The shadows
Ooh.
recede, revealing the princess's face.
Interesting.
She's so blank. I have no idea who she is.
Should you, hero? Should you even know?
Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for us to take apart. If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
I don't trust you, narrator. Not anymore.
I'm
Ah!
for an answer.
Jesus Christ, what? Oh, Lord, okay. Yeah.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that?
No, Contrarian, we did nothing. The world is tearing itself apart.
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Can we put her back? What kind of question is that, hero? It's not like we're playing with some Legos and fucking, broke her apart. The universe seems to be just tearing at the seams.
Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew.
Yeah, that's fine. No need to explain anything.
Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it.
Yep.
It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Ah, yes. Hello? Yeah, hello, yes, narrator. I would like a refund on this princess. She's 2 now, and I'm pretty sure that's not what we signed up for. Maybe we could kill one of the princesses, leave the other one alive, and then we'll have like a Schrodinger's princess thing where the universe can't end. Maybe? If there are 2 princesses now, we kill one of the princesses.
Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
No! Contrarian, that's not... Get on level. You know what? Wow. We can pick 3 options all at once here. I'm getting you out of here. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. which means leave the basement and slay the princess. We're having an endless for the price of one deal. Yeah. Let's you know what? Let's just do all three. Why not? Why not? Let's just continue to fracture the universe.
Wait, that's not right. Go on.
Yeah, go on. Ah!
Your foot lands, but it lands
Jesus!
different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride.
Oh wow, we're going into some real Doctor Strange shit right now.
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Welcome to the multiverse, chat. Welcome to the goddamn multiverse.
All at once you charge forward, knife aiming to slay the princess just as you strike at her bindings and leave her to languish alone.
Oh.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this, we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Oh, this is very unsettling. Her face is so contorted and just...
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
I kind of agree with him. He has a bit of a point there.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all...
Did we? I think we just like divided everything by 0. It feels like the entire world was just divided by 0. Oh, jeez. What?
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
Nope.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
Oh. Oh. Oh, God.
We can feel around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Oh, that's oh.
Did you do this?
Oh, no.
Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
I can try. I can definitely try. Alphys. Eldritch GF. Oh, maybe. This is like, I can fix her. Extreme difficulty. Have you ever had that I can fix her thought? This is it. This is the highest difficulty of that. I can fix her, chat. I believe.
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere.
Let's go. I can fix her. Hero is so jaded now. I am honestly, I am more bothered by the fact that Hero is so jaded in this plot, in this particular story arc, or in this whatever playthrough. He's gotten so jaded and just I don't care, whatever, man. When he's normally the one who's very trying to do the right thing.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
No, they clearly had consequences. Do you not see, Contrarian, the actual consequences of every single action all at once?
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
Oh, this is a little heartbreaking. Oh, I can actually feel my chest a little bit. I'll do my best. Huh! The hands took her again. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Well, hero, we're going through this all over again. Of course you're scared, but this is the end for you, but it's not for me. Or, just trust me. You've been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Because it will. Because it will, hero.
Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
Welcome, Sleepy.
You're not messing with us, right?
No, contrarian, I'm not. See you all on the other side. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You wither. Let's see. How are we doing? We're doing all right. We've slain the princess. We've saved the princess. We've abandoned the princess. We've saved, slain, and abandoned the princess all at once now. So yeah, I think we're getting good coverage. We have hit every single possibility all at once, which is why we had that rather eldritch looking princess. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin. Oh, the triple princess. So bad.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new. And to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Yep.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm developing a sympathy for this entity. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
Now it's getting into the territory of the more profound. What do you think of this vessel? Because I'm thinking it's an absolute mess.
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and wall. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
I see. All right then. I'm ready to go back. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
I guess that's more of a keep bringing until I say stop. What do you want me to bring next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
I see.
Do not worry. There are no wrong answers. And every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Alright. I get it. I get it. I'm ready to go back. Let's do it all over again.
To meet again.
The sound design on this game, by the way, I just have to say, it is, just it's so visceral. The bone crunching when we were with the Wraith. Oh, that's just, yeah, right? The bone cracking. Oh, so intense.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to
We're here to slay her. I know. We're back here again. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
I'll have to rewatch the stream from the start because I'm interested. There's the VOD. Don't worry, you'll have the VOD. We're gonna go through several endings just to see what kind of princess.
Maybe some
we'll
people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Bold of you to assume, narrator. Okay, let's see. Have you also considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the
Why would that
princess
matter,
is locked
narrator?
up because she
We'll
is
see.
dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
I see. Your avatar reminds me of a Genshin character. Oh. Would you happen to know which character you're referring to? I mean, you said you don't play Genshin, but I'm curious if you happen to know what specific character you might be you saying I look close to, or at least reminds you.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
All right, I got it, narrator.
Unless,
Jesus.
of course, you do your job.
We're multi-streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. Aye, that is the case. Actually, if you look at the chat on the left, you will see that if somebody is there, you know, like you can see there's the YouTube icon. Yes, Zhongli. Yes, that is very interesting, because I did stream, like I used to stream Genshin, and I actually made this one little bit, this little graphic. I may as well share it again for those of you who are interested. Where is that? Oh, I think I can probably share the thumbnail then. Thumbnails. I need to look at 2021, I think. They're old. I haven't played, I haven't done a Genshin stream in a while. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Rini. Thank you. So, I will share. Let me actually open this. So, I actually, I did superimpose my head onto Zhongli's body as part of my thumbnail. So, yeah. It's not, what do you call that? It's something I have used to great effect. Yeah, so it was fun. It wasn't by it wasn't by design though. It was just a very happy coincidence. And I had to edit this thumbnail. It didn't take a lot of effort, to be perfectly honest, because our heads did kind of match. It was a lot easier to edit this than I thought it was going to be. Let me see another one. I think this other one I actually like a bit more, which is this one. I like this one a bit more. Yeah, there we go. Here's another one that I also edited. Oh, you mean, hang on. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember, but where are those who share the memory? That line, Nito. I don't even play Genshin and I know that line, right? Yeah. It's super fun. It took a while though, because Zhong Li's voice has a very specific like cadence to it that it's kind of hard to get a little bit of that pacing. Like, oh, traveler. If you'd like, I could show you around Liyue Harbor. It would seem that Bard was here again. I can smell the alcohol. Yeah, so it's a little, he has this very specific cadence that made it a little difficult to kind of match. But I tried, especially for the bit, knowing that, you know, that we do look similar. Or we have like similar design aspects. All right. I'm going to stretch a little bit. I've been sitting here for 8, 9, 10, 4 hours now. I'm just going to stand up and stretch. Okay. Honestly, I did not expect this to be as engaging as it was. I walked into this game not knowing anything. Thank you, Nito, for the hydrate. Okay. Very good. Very good. Now we can continue. And all the different dialogue choices really have like very specific like branching paths. Okay. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at how many options there are. Like, each and every single one of these will trigger a different conversation. Like, I do not necessarily envy I don't necessarily envy the voice actor that had to do all of like the narrator lines and all the other voices. You know, this game gives the term narrative driven a different feel, especially with your railroading DM. Yeah, the narrator definitely has his own agenda. I wish I could find a path that gives us a little bit more insight into the narrator. And I'm trying to figure out what kind of path that would be. But we'll see. And also what kind of other voices we'll run into. All right, let's be hesitant first. Forget it. I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Must I? Someone else can't do this.
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
My favorite so far was the Contrarian. He was fun. I also like Cold. Cold, Contrarian, Cheat was also pretty funny. Yeah, so basically it turns out that every time you, depending on your certain actions, one kind of like loop of this. Oh yeah, Smitten. Smitten was very much like a Don Quixote type character. Super fun. Like, so each playthrough, depending on your course of actions, an extra voice joins your head. The default voice in your head is always hero. Shakespearean. Yes, my name is Smitten, and the princess is absolutely the jewel of my heart, and I will profess my love for all eternity. For nothing can stop our love, and it shall go off into the great beyond for all eternity. Very, very fun. Kind of like mock Shakespearean, very Don Quixote vibes. And the way that story panned out was just absolutely adorable too. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Oh, I see. The narrator is suddenly bringing in the whole social stigmas in here now, are you? Okay, narrator. Talk about your little, your little, it's better to kill a princess than a seamstress. Slaying is bad in general, and that's actually what we did during our first run. To interesting results. Okay, look, I'll go into the cabin, and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
Well, we'll just have to live with those consequences, don't we, Mr. Narrator? We'll decide what dilemmas we choose.
Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
Alright, Sass. Let's go.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess.
There we go. The voice
We're supposed
of the
to
hero.
save princesses, not slay them.
Or lay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let's go to the cabin then.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
The basic cabin.
The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Okay. Things are very normal so far.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Let's take... Let's take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Because the temperament of the princess changed between whether we brought the blade in and whether we didn't. So let's see if that theory holds. If she has a sudden
The door to the basement
darker
creaks open,
temperament this time
revealing a
around.
staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Yes, do justify it more, narrator. Do justify it more.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Yeah, it is the more hardened princess.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Let's be nice to her, actually. I want to be nice to this hardened princess.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Oh, what's with this tone?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Okay.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Settle down, hero. Settle down.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
There's the sass that I did not appreciate last time. But we're gonna be nice. Huh. No, nuh-uh. Nope, yeah, we're not.
Then
Nuh-uh.
drop the knife.
We're trying to get you out of here. We're gonna use the knife to cut away.
We should. It'll go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Now, hero. More games should implement a nuh-uh. No way. No, bruh. Tighten the grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
Well, I have seen you do some pretty fucked up shit in the last couple runs, so... At this point, I feel like I'm just numbed out to whatever you can do
You
next.
step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
We're not planning to fight you, if that's even going to be an option.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
No.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
I'm not ending her, narrator. I just need to bring the knife in close enough and actually just, you know... I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna free you. Is that an option? Don't talk to me, I'll just set you free. Squint at the princess while holding onto the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting.
Come on, just let me fucking...
She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Squint even harder. Squint off! Let's go!
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now.
Come on.
You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever.
Oh, and you
Eventually,
can tell me what to do,
someone
narrator?
is going to have to blink.
I'm gonna keep squinting as long as I want. Oh, I don't even have the option of just like... Fine, drop the blade. Whatever, man.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
It's a squint off, okay?
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess
Squint
face
till somebody
to face.
closes their eyes. You're almost just like, Oh, my eyes are open. My eyes are open. Oh, she has such dead eyes here. The other princess, the other version of the princess had a much brighter demeanor.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
We're just gonna set her
So
out.
here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Let's see. let's see. How long have you been? And well, first of all, we've never. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Oh, okay. I didn't like that response.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
Silence, narrator.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Yeah, she does. Let's go.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade.
That's why I wanted to bring it with me, princess.
She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
She is. I'm sure of it.
Then let's get it over with, princess. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
Her walls look more like AOT ones than regular walls. It's Wall Maria!
You know why you're here.
Yeah. I've got to break free! We'll just set her free! We'll go get our knife and we'll use it to cut off her hand so she's free now. We'll just set her free. Let's see. We're getting you out of here.
Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Let's go!
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Yeah, they are very big, heavy chains.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day.
We can
They
certainly
wouldn't have just
try.
left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Let's see. Do you have any other ideas if there isn't a key besides cutting you out of here? You know what? I'm just gonna go check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around, and maybe if not, I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Ah, yes. The old classic lock the door.
Is someone else here?
Because the narrator said so. Let's try the door anyway.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Of course it is.
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Let's go back down.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
We did that once before, and we're not exploring
Easier for
that
who?
opportunity again.
Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
Alright, let's do it.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Oh yeah, I won't. There's gonna be blood everywhere, and it's gonna get all over my clothes, and it's just gonna be a real messy time.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm.
Why is
just
it on
above
that
the massive,
end? Why can't we...
unyielding chain?
We could have just cut her at the wrist, not at that part.
You cut into her flesh.
Come on. Come on.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it.
Yeah,
You're
this is
able
the
to
same
crack
thing
through
again.
bone, and she pulls the bleeding
This
stub
does
of her
not get
arm
any
through the
easier
iron
to
wound.
watch.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Uh-huh.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm?
Hello, cat.
It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Yeah. welcome. You've come in at a very interesting time. How am I? I'm very perturbed because this scene is not getting any easier to
now
watch.
Let's get out of here.
We're going to the locked door.
No, we won't have any.
Oh, he's gonna hijack me again.
You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Well, fuck you, narrator!
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
We gotta... No, warn her!
Stop that.
Princess, no!
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me!
He's controlling me!
Get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade.
No!
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes.
It's the same scenario, but with a very different demeanor from the princess. Let's go.
I'll make this quick.
Oh, please do. The last time the
She
princess
steps
tried to
forward
do it,
and
it
pries
was...
the blade
She
from
botched
the
it
rigid
so
hands.
bad. She gave me like fucking 15 stabs before I died. It was a very painful way to go. Hopefully this princess knows what she's doing.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Well, shit! Well, at least she knows what she's doing.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it?
Until it isn't.
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Yeah. At least it's not her stabbing you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The alternate version of this, where she was a very sweet princess, because she didn't know what to do, she just kept stabbing us over and over and over. And she's like, come in, just stabbed over. It took so long. It was so excruciating. The prisoner. We are now back to the loop.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Fuck the narrator?
And
yeah.
in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
It's the same spiel. Alright, let's just go straight to the cabin. No more question, let's just keep going.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything.
Oh, we'll have a new voice
from slaying
based
her.
on the last
Don't believe
run.
a word she says.
So I'm curious, what voice do we get this time?
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
I think I'm gonna like Skeptic.
Did you just say wink out loud?
I did. I got smitten. I did get the smitten voice on a previous run.
No, I didn't. Wink.
Wink?
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
The Skeptic, yes! Wink.
The interior of the cabin is
Ooh.
less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Interesting.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor.
Yeah,
a pristine
there is
blade
so much
perched
that
on its
changes,
edge.
and sometimes it's little subtle changes, sometimes it's massive changes.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, let's just take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Huh. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives
we've
here,
gone through the
slaying her
mirror
would
a
probably
couple
be
times.
doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Ah, it's her again.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
I wonder what visitors she could be referring to. Were we not the first?
No, we're not, Skeptic. Also, Hero is gone.
You walk down the
What the
stairs and
fuck?
lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves.
Oh shit, this is gonna be a little
the chains
tricky.
binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
How do we get her out this time?
Should we be worried about the one around her neck?
Oh, no, Hero's here, okay.
Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll
We've
make your job
done
easier.
a couple runs already, but I don't know if we'll do all of the endings.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Yeah.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
It is a lot of chains.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Have you gotten to the hers? The amalgam princess?
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Yeah, we've seen that one. We were there just a little while ago, actually. Let's go sit.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions?
It's interesting.
for
She
me?
doesn't seem to remember me this time. Like the other princess last time remembered us when we returned. I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
So you've already been here.
Yes. Have you played until then? I haven't yet. I did play the Next Fest demo of it, and it's on my to-play list.
As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things.
We kind of want to see what happens if we actually continue to play along with her.
It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion.
But we found out that is categorically untrue.
The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
Yeah.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
Skeptic is right. Skeptic is
I
right.
needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even.
For whom, narrator? For whom?
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
What alternative?
That's pathetic.
You sad sack of shit.
I never said I wasn't.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky. so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
No.
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
Skeptic is absolutely not letting this go. He's like, you lied to us. You denied us the information that we rightfully deserved from the beginning.
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much.
Then you've already
Your
done.
success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
And if we refuse?
I won't.
Oh shit, Skeptic, let's fucking go.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter.
Really?
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Oh, I like Skeptic now. I like Skeptic a lot.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Okay. What happened after I died last time? She seems to be very focused.
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
That's fair. You were asking about my intentions earlier.
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
But that's not gonna help with your neck in chains.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. This is perhaps one of the more critical situations we've been in prior to the others. That other chain on the wall, who is it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
Oh, I see.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
I'm curious now. How am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in a shackle too.
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
Oh. Alright, that sounds interesting.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Silence, narrator! You are not needed in this conversation.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Skeptic is smart.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
No, she won't. Or at least,
That doesn't
not
sound
without
great.
reason.
What about the pros?
There are none. Figured.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
The cons are just assumptions, yes. Let's inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will.
The narrator has some control over the events.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
Yeah.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am.
The narrator has lied before. Let's inspect it.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine.
Oh.
As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the
Well,
basement.
we're stuck!
Excuse me?
Yes?
Are we...
Stuck here now? Yes.
I see.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
I see.
What
That's
is
what it looks
supposed to
like
be
on the
that?
other side. I was actually curious what the jail cell looked like from from her perspective. It's actually very tiny now that I look at it from this perspective.
Can't even
I
cut
need a
ourselves out.
hero.
Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
We'll be able to do something about it the next run. Welcome, dwarf. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Let's see. So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Interesting. Did you know this was gonna happen?
No.
You're not well? Ah, dwarf. I hope you feel better soon. Make sure you rest. Drink lots of water. Take your meds. And most importantly, don't overexert yourself. I'm doing good. We're having a lot of fun with Slay the Princess. I hope you do get well soon, Make sure you drink lots of fluids. You eat healthy stuff what you can. Try not to skip meals. I know sometimes when you're sick, you can lose your appetite, but do try to eat at least a little bit. Nothing overly fatty or unhealthy. Some congee would be nice. One with a lot of ginger, I would usually recommend. Porridge, yeah. Hot soups. Okay, not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
All right,
That's rude.
let's wait in silence.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for...
This is so boring.
Yeah, Cold would have found this absolutely unbearable.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes.
Sadly, most of the day is gone and I've not been healthy. I see, I see. Well, keep it up. Keep up with your hydration, with your meds, and hopefully you'll feel better by tomorrow. Sometimes you just need to have a good good day's rest or so.
It passes and passes and passes, and the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything.
But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there.
Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
Does it now, narrator?
How exactly does that work?
It just does.
Well, that's why I can't trust the narrator.
But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again.
Yes, the narrator's starting to unravel.
And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
It just works.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Still rude.
Let's wait even further. Something has to change.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
If it's regarding the server, Kodo server, you can probably just send it via DM. That's probably for the best.
That doesn't make sense.
Is it
Our
the
entire
Discord
concept
server
of
or the
time
Minecraft
changed.
server? I'm not sure.
What happened to starving? We
Regardless,
should
just
have
send
died
it
by now
via
if the
DM.
rocks around
I'll
us are starting to erode.
probably respond after stream. Huh. Yeah, actually. We haven't starved
She
at
hasn't
all.
starved? I guess she hasn't.
Neither have we.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the... until
Oh,
suddenly,
shit. Actually collects.
there are no walls. And then... And?
I think he's gone.
Huh.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
We just sat here.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Uh-oh. She's about to get taken! But you do not get the chance to respond. Nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It's okay. Let's just go to the mirror. What have we now?
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
Yep, because
You're
it
right.
is.
Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
Fear. Alright. Let's take a look. Ooh. You've unraveled. Very interesting. In the long quiet, let's talk to her. There she is.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Freedom. At least there are supposed to be people.
There's a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
What are your thoughts on this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart.
I see. This is pretty fascinating. All the different assessments of the princesses that we're ultimately crafting. We, by our playthroughs, we craft different princesses.
Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
That's a little sad, but relieving in a way. Okay. What is this? Wait, tell me about the narrator.
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
No idea. He does, but I'm gonna find out. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I find him. Or we'll find answers, yeah.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Huh, interesting. Alright then. Let's go. Ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Really?
I will be here, waiting for
Huh.
you.
What haven't we tried yet? Bring the prisoner to her.
You're on a path in the woods,
I'm gonna
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin...
Let's skip to the part that we know. Let's just go straight to the cabin.
The interior of...
I want to enter the basement, but we'll go through a different path. Maybe not smitten. No, let's repeat the cold princess again. And I want to ignore the chain and leave her with a knife.
You take the blade from the table.
Hang on.
The door to the basement
So sorry.
creaks open,
Oh, Lord.
revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen
Ah,
light
so sorry,
in the room
chat.
below. This is an oppressive place.
Thank you.
The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot.
Just checking in on you.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
All right.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
All
She
right.
makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and don't you dare? It's
No.
fine.
Let's drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just...
Talk.
Against your better judgment, we'll be fine.
All right. So let's just go straight into... Let's just get it straight. We've talked enough.
Oh, have
have
you
decided.
decided what to do with me?
We're gonna get her out of here.
Oh, you have to be kidding
Yes.
me. Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful.
There's any key? Do you have any
Well,
ideas?
you do have that big, sharp knife.
She speaks with... If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm
Yeah,
sure
let's
we'd be
go.
on...
Return.
You make your way
We will save the princess.
against your
Ugh.
better...
Let's go.
No, we
We'll
won't.
go back to where we were. Warn her.
Stop that.
Oh, we can't resist? Why is resist no longer an option? Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Thank you. You swing your arm towards her throat, the blade singing through the air. But she's ready for it. She grabs your arm, her grip like a stone vice.
Uh-oh.
You drop the blade, pathetically. She lets go, and faster than you can react, rears back and hits you with a bone-shattering haymaker. There's a ringing in your ears. You're fairly certain you can feel bone grinding against bone where she fractured your jaw, but your body isn't allowing you to feel much right now, adrenaline coursing through your system and numbing your nerves. You fall to your knees. You're barely able to bring your trembling arms up to defend yourself before she hits you again. Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel bones shatter with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you.
Oh, that's tough.
Poor thing. I'll go ahead and put you out of your misery.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground.
Oh, we got
her
ground
knee
pounded.
Falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess.
Why don't you just cut my neck like last time?
It can't just end like this. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The tower.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the bay, you're here.
Yeah, we're here to slay her. Yeah, let's just go straight to the cabin. We don't need any more of this.
A warning before you go any further.
What's wrong?
She will lie. She will cheat.
We might as well just
the broken
pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation.
Voice of the
she
broken.
Probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
I see.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her?
We're not...
Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible.
Alright, narrator.
So please, try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world.
Now, they're not
knuckleheads. Let's not make this
knuckleheads.
harder than it has to be.
Now. Alright, let's just go in there.
I guess I don't have a say here.
Oh my god, Broken is gonna be so annoying. Like, okay, guess we'll do what you want. I'll just sit here being sad.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade.
What? This isn't a fucking cabin. It's like a whole ass temple.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You gotta go
Why do we
get
feel
it.
so small?
Are we? Wait, he's right. Are we smaller?
We don't feel small. We are small.
Okay, let's go approach the mirror. Let's have a look-see.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This is...
Yep. Let's wipe it.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin.
We should count ourselves lucky.
Come on.
Some things are better
Let's go get the blade.
Unseen.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Let's go down. Jesus.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below.
Incense?
For a moment,
This is the first time we
you
enter
almost
a version
feel
of the
at ease.
dungeon with incense.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
That line never goes away.
Her
It's
booming
always
voice
there.
rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Oh dear, I feel like we're gonna be in for something. She had me at the first part, and then the second part is like...
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time.
No, she wasn't, and I feel like we might not like what we're gonna see, or we're gonna really like what we're gonna see.
We need to get down there.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
It seems that Broken is suddenly a little, he suddenly has some blood pumping through his veins again. Witness me!
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Alright, down the stairs we go.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort. Every step requiring you to
Please
clamber
stare
over one
respectfully.
edge before dropping
Do you
to the
know what
next.
we're gonna see?
But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight,
Oh!
her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Interesting.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
Maybe not ask questions. You might not be prepared. For answers you might not be prepared for.
You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity.
We're gonna use the knife to help you, okay? My god.
Drop it.
Fine. I'll drop it.
The blade slips from your fingers and clatters uselessly to the floor. We didn't have to do that, and yet you did.
She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Broken is a very different vibe right now.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
I mean, if anyone is doing the snapping, I'm pretty sure it's her.
Kneel.
Yes, ma'am. I suppose, yeah.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
I'm not very hard to argue with.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed.
In my defense, the narrator was controlling my body.
What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met,
Yeah.
nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I trust to deal with her.
Well, it ain't the first time, buddy.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then. And there's nothing we
I
can
love
do
how
to
the
stop
princess
her
just
now.
takes a lot of very different forms.
He's being melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before, and she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
You're supposed to end the world.
You weak-willed buffoon.
You shut the fuck up, narrator.
Is that so?
The princess closes her eyes in contemplation.
Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
Oh, she's a power-hungry goddess.
It's time for me to seize my destiny. And you, little bird, will help me seize it.
She's inevitable. There's nothing else for us to do but help her. Maybe she'll be nice to us.
That's very optimistic, Broken. Very optimistic. Let's see. What happened to you after I died?
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I say something wrong?
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps. Or a pet.
Oh, I see. A pet. Okay, where is that? I'm yours to command.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent?
What do you think, chat? Is she that magnificent?
All you need to do now is break my chains.
Let's go.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't
Shut
let you
it,
do
narrator.
This.
Shut it. We've made our choice.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me.
Oh? What is that?
Is that a person? No. It used to be a person. It's something different now.
Oh, this is an interesting
An
turn of
echo.
events. Is it the narrator that she is sensing?
Is she talking about you?
The narrator.
That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
Oh.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
Initiate sleep protocol in 1 hour.
Sorry. Hey Google, office lights 100%. Oh, the story plot thickens, chat. Oh, the narrator's so cooked now.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Oh, he just gooned.
Rise, my little bird.
Sorry.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Oh, shit.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Ooh. Break her chains. We unleash this goddess upon the world, and all will bow.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
Let's go. The beginning of the end is here.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
We'll take her hand. Nope, she's being taken first. She is once again consumed. But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Oh, really, hero? Now you're like, should we try and find her? After you were like, oh, she's blah, 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 blah.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here?
Why now?
Because we gotta go, hero. Time's up. Welcome back, Mari. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. I don't want to look at us.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint in veil and shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Oh,